systems and supplying them with the maintenance and measured services. And the third part is the R&D cooperations, which is one of our biggest hope for the future. Cardio tracers, but also other radiopharmaceuticals, which we use in our local market in Poland and in other countries. The shareholders constitute the private persons, because Merhus company is the company controlled by the president and the owner of the company, Mr. Kozanecki, as well. Książek Holding, it's based on the private person, Mariusz Książek, and the rest are the financial institutions. We are the part of the SAT index. We think that the company has fair valuations, and here are selected financial figures for last year. One comment, our financial year started 1st of October and finishing always 30 September. So this is how it looks for the last 12 months, and also for the first half of 2020. So when you look at the financial statement for last years, we have very big increase in the revenue. The consolidated revenue reached almost 135 millions, which was 76% of the growth. For the first half of this year, we are almost on the half level what we have last year. The big increase in the revenue, the mix of the portfolio of the product, especially the high profitability product like radiopharmaceuticals and also part of the medical equipment, brings even more bigger increase in the EBITDA. We call it recurring EBITDA because as a part of R&D, we book all the expenses related to R&D activity as a current expenses. So this is why we divided EBITDA, which is standard EBITDA, and recurring EBITDA, which means less this R&D expenses. And it also brings us to the very high profit for the last year, which almost reached on the consolidated level on the 12 millions. This is how the company was developing for the last 3 years almost. Every columns shows last 12 months. So you can see that the EBITDA of the company is growing. The average growth for the last 3 years is more than 100%. At the same time, the company has a very conservative, I will call, the balance sheets, almost no debt. Part of the debt was only related to the acquisitions which we made in 2018, and the rest is just the overdrafts. So the situation is rather very safe from the point of the liquidity of the company. So now the more precise information about our activity. So part of the biggest segment in case of the revenue, but not in the case of the profitability, it's providing the medical equipment and IT solutions to the 4 most promising segments of the medical healthcare. It's oncology, cardiology, and neurology. So what we are doing almost a turnkey projects. So we are delivering, for example, Philips MRI, including our software, and also part of the construction of the operating rooms. And we are doing this to the private client and also to the public hospital. Another part of this activity is delivering and installation of our own IT solutions. This IT solutions, it's a specialized IT systems which are related to medical equipment and also to the radiology centers. which helps to archivize these big pictures, which helps to make a teleradiology between different medical centers, and also have a diagnostic viewer which helps radiology, not only radiology, to give the solution to the patients. And of course, part of this equipment is under our warranty, standard warranty, and also extended warranty. And I will also mention about our new IT solutions, which is quite different to the current one. But let's go further, then I will describe this. What is the perspective and what is the market? What are the needs on the market? So you will see here, you will see the medical device market expenditures, which are growing almost 7% from 2018 till 2023. It's divided by different segments. We are in the segments of diagnostic equipment, we are in the segment of consumables instruments, we are in the segment of the therapy, and the growth for the last years are very stable. It's stipulated by the investment funds from the European funds, but also from the local government. So in our opinions, there's a high demand from our clients will exist for the next years as well. When we look who we are with cooperating, which company, so we have only AAA medical producers, and it's divided by the different modality of the system. So in case of the surgery, which is our newest activity, we have the cooperation agreement. It's always exclusive agreement with the Intuitive. In the case of the radiotherapy, there are the brands like Eckert & Ziegler, Carl Zeiss, and Zap Surgicals. In case of, for example, nuclear medicines, it's Comechair, and the standard business mostly based on the Philips agreement, Agfa, and the others. This diversified portfolio of the products help us to achieve very high growth of the revenue for the last 2 years. It's double year to year, and we hope that maybe it will not double this year, but also the growth will be very high. Last year we have reached a high record of almost more than 112 million Polish zlotys the revenue from this segments. And this is and one of the reasons why the increase was so high. We have signed the agreement with the Intuitive. Intuitive is the leading and the only one robotics surgery company. It's based in the US. We have signed the exclusive agreement in July of 2018. And after almost 2 years, because right now there are 2 years, we have sold last year 5 systems, and another 2 was sold already this year. The other 2 are just coming. You will see the map where the system are installed. We have seen our expectation is that for the last of 2020-2023, we should sell at least 20 to 30 systems. So it means that every year we sold 4 to 5 systems. This system are used by the private clients, but also by the public hospital. It's run many different operations. For the last year, the operation reached level of 700. Right now, this operations reach almost 1,200. So there is a high increase, and we expected that the increase in the number of the procedures should grow on the average level of 100. So it means that we should double this year to year. Maybe because of the COVID, the growth this year will be slightly lower, but what will not be realized right now, we expect that it will be realized in the coming quarters. Because our profit from the cooperation with Intuitive are based on the three different sources. First of all, it's the installation and sales of the systems. Then there is the delivery of the instruments, because to every operations, the clients has to buy different portfolio of the instruments on the average price between 6,000 to 6,500 Polish zlotys. This is our revenue from one of the operations made by our clients. So if we multiply this by the number of the operation, let's say 2,000, we will reach the revenue of 30 million Polish zlotys. This is only from the delivery of INA, and the third part of our revenue comes from the service agreement, because all of the systems are under extended warranties. So we expect that in the future, when the saturation of the market will be higher, the revenue from the operating activity like the instruments and the service agreement will be even higher than delivery of the system. And here are the map which shows where are our clients. Currently we have sold 9 systems. In the coming days we will submit additional offer, and hopefully we will win this tender, so we will reach even 11 systems, and for sure the next will be coming this year. All of the systems are under our guarantees, and also all of the systems are operating quite good. On the average, we should calculate that the systems is running at least 150 up to 400 procedures per year. And this is one of the stories which bring us to the higher revenue of the last year. But when we talk about the new development strategy which we presented to the investors in 2017, we put strong recommendations that the biggest revenue which we expect for the last couple of years will be from the medical equipment used in the therapy, mostly in the oncology. And Intuitive is the main example, but the next very promising example, it's our cooperation with another American very innovative company, Zap Surgical. We have signed the exclusive agreement with them as well. What the system is, the system is used in the radiotherapy. This is the system which consists linear accelerator, and this accelerator is built to the system. This is the main difference between the other kind of the radiosurgery knife, like gamma knife or cyber knife, because this equipment uses the cobalt as the source of the radiations, and we use this as a source of the radiation, this linear, nuclear system. This is very innovative system. Right now, only a few systems are installed in the US. The first installment in the Europe should be done in October this year. And we expect to install the first 1 or 2 systems in the next year, but we are already find the place and already we are in the negotiation process with our key clients. And the third part of very innovative idea, it's our new IT platform. It's called Zbadani.pl. What the platform is, this is the place when currently two type of our clients can make connections. One, it's a medical hospital, like public or private, and from the other side there is the radiology centers or the centers, diagnostic centers, which make the prescription of radiology examinations. Currently, our teleradiology system was based and touched point to point, so different places. But we've seen that there is more and more interest that all other clients would like to be also involved and part of this platform. So right now, the solution it's like for example, Allegro or other portal, let's call it eBay. From the one side, we have the demand, which is from the hospital, which would like to have a description of the X-ray, TK, PET CTs. And from the other side, there is the medical centers or diagnostics facilities, which can make these descriptions and send this directly through the platform. There is no need of the integrations. The system is very innovative. We don't keep these images. We only send them and show in which packs or other systems this is availability of the system. And the third type of the clients, which we hope that they will use this platform, is the patients, private patients like me or the other peoples, which, for example, would like to have the second opinion from the doctors. I have broken my leg and I would like to see if everything is fine. So I can upload the image of my X-ray, send this to one of the best specialists. And after a couple of hours or in other time, I will receive the second opinion and I can use it. And I also have a possibility to communicate with this radiology or with this surgery and have let's say consultations with this doctor. So we think that right now there is a big interest in of the platform, which connect different parts of the segments. So we are just launching this system in a few of our clients. The second part of our activity is the production of the radiopharmaceuticals. As I mentioned, we were the first private commercial manufacturer of radiopharmaceuticals. We start in the production facility in Kielce, which was launched in 2010. After 4 years, we have launched another production center in Warsaw, and just 2 years ago, we finalized the acquisition with one of our competitors, and right now we have 3 production sites. But with this 3 production site, we right now make, after 2 years, a big reorganizations. So right now, the Warsaw site is mainly focusing on the special tracers and also work as a clinical trial centers, which we are doing very innovative tracers used in the clinical trials by external company. And the commercial activity and production of FDG, of other portfolio of our products, which I will just show you in a minute, are mainly done in Szczonów and Kielce. According to our estimations, we have around 50% in the domestic markets. We also export part of our products, but the exports are not very high, mainly because it's limited by the physical description of the products. To somebody who is not very involved in the radiopharmaceutical tracers, this is kind of the tracers which came from the cyclotron and has a half-time life. So which means that in case of the active fluor, the half-time means almost 2 hours. So every 2 hours, the activity of our product is half what we produce. And this is why this production is mainly focusing on the Polish market, because flying or going by the car to the very long trip, it means less activity and it means less profitability for us. This is a very sensitive for time business activity. We started with the most used products. It's the FDG, but right now we have already registered 7 different radiopharmaceuticals. What is the difference between different products? Because these products are always based on the active substance, like for example fluor or C11 or other compound, but it's mixed with the other products like glucose or choline and so on, and we use them to describe the tumors which are very sensitive for different kind of biology substance. So this is why we use different portfolio of the products, because some of the products are very good for general checkup, but in case of the very precise finding, for example, we are looking at tumors of lung, we will use another tracers, because these tracers are very sensitive, and we will be sure that for 100% we will find the tumors which are on the very stage of development. This market is developing very rapidly, but still the number of the procedures are quite low. If we compare this to the situation, maybe not in the US, because it's a tremendous market, and it's at least 5 or 6 times even higher than in the European Union. But even if we compare to the European Union, we see that the number of the examinations, it's still not on the level that should be done. Maybe the question why? First, because this is a quite new diagnostic equipment. The first installed PET CTs arrived in 2008, so it's almost 12 years or maybe 13 years from the first installations. So the market is growing every year. Right now we have 31 PET CT centers, but not of them has a contract with the national healthcare funds. And this is maybe the biggest reason why the market is not developing so high, because sometimes it's limited by the number of the procedures contract by the NFZ, because this is the reimbursement rates are divided by 2 groups. The first group on the most common tracers, the reimbursement rate is 2,700, and for special tracers, the reimbursement rate is 4,000. In case of the special tracers, Synectic is the only company who can produce and deliver special tracers. So even with this limitation by the NFZ, we see that because the number of the tumors are growing, the number of the diagnostic equipment are growing, so we should expect in the next year that the number of the examination will grow and grow. And this map also shown the production site. Right now there are 3 private companies, and also there are 4 public cyclotrons. But what is important in case of the public cyclotrons, they can only produce on their own needs. So because they mostly don't have the registration of the products, they cannot produce and sell outside their own hospital. So in case of the Gliwice or Bydgoszcz, they produce and use only of their own PET CTs. But from the other side, it means that they are not, the number of the examinations in the Gliwice or Bydgoszcz are not available by us. And the other two companies are the Polish company, Voxel Group, and the Life Radiopharma, which is a part of the big, right now, South Africa company. When we divided the revenue from radiopharmaceutical segment, you will see the three groups: the basic radiopharmaceuticals, which mostly consist FDG, special tracers, special radiopharmaceuticals. I would like strongly to underline that we are the only company who can produce the special tracers on the Polish market, and the other products are the generators, cassettes, which are not involve our production facilities. So the increase for the last 2 years was on the average of 13% This year, the growth of the revenue is very high. For the first 6 months, the increase year to year, it's 57%. And we recorded record high, more than 16 million revenue. Also, the revenue for the last year was the biggest. So when we started this business, we start almost from zero. So after almost 10 years, we have reached the revenue of 25, 27 million. I expected this year. So this is a big growth in the consolidated revenue. And what is very important, this is the most profitable activity, because this activity on the profit of the EBITDA we can compare to the pharma business, which means the EBITDA level between 30, even 35%. And here you will see the portfolio of our products. We have started with FDG, and then we add Metaflu, which is used for the bone cancer. Then we enter Choline and the other products. Right now, this year, we add to our production facility fat products. And right now, we expected to add maybe this year, if not beginning of next year, 3 other products like Axumin, FLT, and FES. So this is one of our biggest competitive advantage if we compare to the other producers on the Polish market, because we can deliver different portfolio of the products, not only the basic one. And from the beginning of our activity, we focus on bringing the high portfolio or broader portfolio of the tracers, not only focusing on the one. And this is why we are far away the biggest producers, and probably we will be in the future. Part of our radiopharma tracers, it's also connected to very, very innovative products, which I would like to describe right now, because when we talk about what we are doing mainly in the radiopharma business, this is the products for diagnostic the tumors, cancers. But we find on the market that there is a big need to have very good and precise tracers, which will be used for cardiac diagnostics. I mean perfusion of evaluating myocardiac perfusion of heart. Why it's so important? Because firstly, there are a lot of the examinations which are done right now. These examinations are done by using different kind of the tracers. or it's using different kind of the medical equipment. So we think that this is a revolution in the cardio investigation using the PET CTs. How the system was developing, how the project was developing. Firstly, we have find the company in Israel which was doing the R&D process of the new compound, and we bought this compound in 2013. Together with this company, we were developing this product through the discovery and through the preclinical phase, which we finished in 2013, and then we start with the clinical trials. These clinical trials, we already passed the phase 1, which was the safety examinations. It was done in Israel. We have finished the phase 2, which was done here in Poland. What we were investigating during the phase 2, the protocol shows the dosimetry of the products, also some comparison to the alternative type of the examinations, and also we were investigating the other endpoints which was not so critical in that phase. Right now we are preparing to the third phase. Third phase will be the biggest one if we are talking about the number of the patients, and of course it will be the most important, because in this phase we will do a comparison to other available products like gamma gamma medical equipment or angiography, and we will compare what the images are showing, and this is the most important part of our third phase clinical trials. Why the product is so important? There is a huge market of cardiology examination which use the nuclear medicine tracers. Every year around 15 million patients are treated with the CAT examinations. We have more than 2,500 PET CT scanners in the US. And for us, at the beginning, it was clear that we are running this project till the moment that we will be able to sign the license or partnering agreement with one of different type of the partners. We have divided these partners into a 3 group. Third group is the biggest medical equipment producers like GE, Siemens, or Philips, because firstly they are producing the medical equipment like PET CTs, like PET, like cyclotrons. At the same time, they are one of the biggest radiopharmaceuticals producers through the subsidiaries. So this is one of our key interests. Our key interest group is the pharma producers, because they are looking for the new products, which also one of the reasons which will stipulate the revenue from the pharma drugs. This is the first reason, and also because more and more radio tracers will not be only to diagnose the tumors or CAD disease, but also to diagnose and make the treatment at the same time. So this is why more and more pharma companies are looking on the radiopharma business, and probably one of the biggest acquisition project was 888 was bought by AstraZeneca by Novartis. Sorry, excuse me, by Novartis in 2018 or 19. And so this is why, and the third group of potential buyers of these products are just the manufacturers of the radiopharmaceuticals, like the other groups, but probably the premium paid by them will be the lower. So because there is no good products used to diagnose the cat disease through PET or the PET CTs, we are strongly confident that the cardio tracers based on the cyclotron will be a gold solution in the futures, and which will also stipulate a big change not only in the US markets but also in the abroad markets, coming from using the PET or SPECT systems medical to change to the PET CTs. So this is why we expect that this is a very promising project for us and to our shareholders. And that's it from my presentations. And I am open right now to answer for any of your questions.
So thank you very much. The first question is from the viewer Karol Lisowski. When he is asking when is Axumin expected to come on the market?
Okay. With the Axumin, we are cooperating with the external company, Blue Earth. We should already expect to finalize these procedures, but during the whole process, Blue Earth was bought by Bracco, and it have the impact on our timetable. But we expect that in the next weeks, let's say month, they will submit all the necessary documentations, because from other side we have finalized all the critical validation process, and after the submissions we should calculate from 60 to 90 days to finalize. So we should expect this in the beginning of the third quarter 2020, that we will be able to start production of Axumin from Warsaw site.
Another viewer is asking, commercializing of cardiac tracer and start of the third clinical phase was scheduled for this year. Are those forecasts still valid?
Yes, we still even with COVID impact on all our activity, we still expect that we will be able to start the process this year. Of course, we have to remember that the patients' availability to enter to the hospital, especially that there the volunteers are not so high like it was before. So with all the current determinants, we still expect that we will be able to start the process this year, but in any case, if there will be delays, we will inform, but it will be only related to the regulatory issue or the issue from the patients. Everything which is under our control, it's done accordingly to our internal schedule.
Another question is, what are the perspectives of Synectic going global, expanding its business activity beyond only Polish market?
Very good questions, because as the investor remember, we were showing during the conference and presenting the strategy of development for the years of 2017-21. We expected the higher revenue from the abroad business. What the products are for this abroad business? First, this new IT solutions, Zbadani.pl. Right now we are implementing these solutions on the Polish market, but when we establish the situation on the Polish market, this software is ready to be implemented on the external markets. This is the first part. The second part is a cooperation with the treatment, with the producers of the medical equipment used in the therapy, like Intuitive or ZAP. It's not yet decided, but we strongly believe that we will be able to extend to another countries. Mostly this is our neighborhood countries, like Baltic countries, Czechoslovakia, not Germany, not on the west side, but mostly on the east side. And the third, this is a commercialization, and this is the biggest impact. This is the commercialization of the cardio tracers, because this is the international agreement, either based on the US market or any of the international markets. The Polish market is not huge for this product, so this is the third type. So answering this precisely, starting from next year, we should see more and more revenue coming from the abroad market.
Another question is the current COVID situation contributing somehow to the business growth of Synectic in terms of additional sales or medical opportunities?
Yes, it's contribute on the both sides. Let's say on the positive side, there is a lot of new tenders, or just buying without the tenders some of the medical equipment like X-ray or tomography, computer tomography. We are also developing, we also are ready to implement the software which diagnosed the COVID situation in the lung in a very short time, using also the artificial intelligence. And this is what we expected from the positive side. So, and I think that it will be more and more opportunities in the future. From the negative side, because there is also a negative side, we have seen that for the last 2 or 3 months, there was no so big, the number of the diagnostics examination using the PET CTs has dropped of around 15%, but we consider that the situations, it's only time situations, because the patients are still ready to be treated. So if they were not treated in the last 2 or 3 months, they will be treated in the future, because they still have these tumors, or they still have to be diagnosed. Especially what is also important, that right now the Ministry of Healthcare has introduced the kind of the reimbursement which gives the percentage of the contracts every month, not depends of how many procedures was done by the hospital, but finally the final settlement will be based on the number of the procedures done till the end of this year. So it means that if the hospital on the average was running 100 procedures per month, and now it's decreased to 50 or 80, it should increase to 150 or 180 on the next month, just to have this on the average level that it was before the COVID situation. So in the short time, we will see maybe more negative impact, but in the longer time, I mean 6 months or more, it will be more positive impact of the COVID situation on the Synectic Group.
The next question relates to the Da Vinci systems. User is asking how many of these surgical robots have been sold by Synectic so far, and how many are you planning to sell this year?
Yes, so right now, so I am talking about the situation till end of June. We have sold 10 systems. We expected every year to year, to sold from 4 to 5 systems. Right now, we are in the process of submission the tender, which will be in the next just few days. And hopefully the installation of the system will be in Q4 of our current financial year. And so this year we should sell, this financial year we already sell 3 systems. This one will be 4, maybe will be the 5th one. And just for the next year and beyond, we should sell 4 to 5 systems every year. The total saturation of the Polish market, including private and public hospital, right now we assume on around 30 systems. 20 will come from the public hospital and 10 will come from the private. So still we are not more than on the halfway of total installations.
And finally, I also have a question. Given multiples of recent deals, I mean the acquisition of Progenics Pharma by Lantheus, which was valued at the EV sales of more than 10. Would the spin-off of your radiopharma segment not be an option for you? This could significantly increase the value of the Synectic Group.
You mean it was multiple 10 of the revenue, yes?
Yeah.
Not of the, yeah. So in our case of the revenue of more than 20 million, it means that the radiopharma will be higher evaluated than the whole business. This is a very, let's say, not easy answer and a very complicated questions because, or the answer, because from one of the points when we look at, from the manager point of view, the diversifications of our activity make the situation more stable, because if there was the year that there was no so much funds spent on buying the new medical equipment, we make more business from the radiopharma segment, because it's not related to the investment and availability of the European fund. In another years, there is another story. But when we look on the valuation of the whole business, we also feel that the valuation does not consist all these 3 parts of our segments, because from the point of the revenue, radiopharma tracers is around 30% of total revenue, but in terms of the contribution of the EBITDA, it's more than 40%. And the rest is the selling of the medical equipment, and in the future there will be a commercialization of the cardio tracers, which is R&D. So this is a decision that we have to consider, because we also strongly believe that this split can make additional benefits to the shareholders, bringing additional value, because even the valuation made by some part of some of our business will not bring us to the level which is comparable on the international markets. So yes, maybe we will consider this, putting all our activity to our subsidiary, especially that the subsidiary exists, and maybe for some quotations we will make this spin-off, but not putting out activities from Synectic, just reorganizing the groups and make a quotation of our segment, radio pharma segments with the cardio tracers.
So I don't see more questions. If any more, if users have more, then they can send them directly to. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity to present the company. Please free to contact me directly through email. This presentation should be available to all the investors, and we are quite open also to answer additional questions or organizing the meeting with some institutional investors. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you. Hello again. Are we ready?
In about 30 seconds, we're going to be ready.
So the next presentation will be about Pure Biologics, which develops innovative biological drugs for oncological applications and for aptamers. I now pass over to Mr. Filip Jeleń, the founder and CEO of the company.
Hello, everyone. Everyone good? Jeszcze kolejny. Jeszcze kolejny. Okej. Weź klucz. You should stay around for a second. Okay. Czekaj. Jakby coś było, ktoś się zamodlił. Hello, a question to the organizer. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks to the organizers for inviting us. I'm Filip Jeleń, the CEO and the founder of Pure Biologics. And as I know from the organizers, there's a pretty large group of newcomers to this event. So I thought we would present the company as a whole in general terms and describe the market we are shooting at and our R&D pipeline, and at the end summarize some finance related numbers. Disclaimer that I'm obligated to show you, and the presentation in PDF format will be available to everyone as far as I know. So Pure Biologics is a biopharmaceutical company. We do early drug discovery and are developing the therapeutic medical devices. all these efforts are based on our proprietary technologies that we over the years developed in-house in the company. And the business model is to build the value of the company based on the IP that we are generating along the way. And the model to commercialize our efforts, our results, and IP is to enter into the licensing or partnering deals with market players. So the couple words about the team. I think we are a great mixture of very talented young people that I was able to bring on board, both from Poland, but the large group also from abroad, from the postdoctoral trainings, and we have a Polish team, but also the people that are of the Merck, Eli Lilly, and other biotechs that we brought with their expertise on board. So if I'll briefly could tell the numbers where we are, so there are more than 90 specialists on board, close to 40% at the PhD level. We use the state-of-the-art labs and the Wrocław Technology Park that together with the whole infrastructure spans over 1,000 square meters. Using our technologies, we are not dependent on licensing of any techniques, technologies, or platforms from the outside. And then the company was established in 2010, so we have a 10 years track record of doing first the commercial and recently 2-3 years mainly R&D projects. And I invited today to present the company Przemysław Jurek, PJ in English.
Good morning, everybody.
That's for short, and he's a R&D director, and Dr. Richard Fox, that's a preclinical development director at Pure Biologics. So they will cover drug development market and R&D pipeline.
Right. Thank you, Philip. So the market that Pure Biologics in is obviously related to drugs, and as you can see, this very simple chart that shows that the drug sales of top best-selling drugs in 2019 reached multiple billions of dollars. That's the first thing to read from this picture. But also it shows that from the top 10 drugs, 8 of them are biologic drugs, so not simple small molecular weight chemicals, but built from biologic molecules, usually antibodies, but also recombinant proteins. And this is something that Pure Biologics specializes in. And also in the inlet, you can read that the R&D outsourcing that is being spent by big pharma companies and larger biotech companies to do R&D work outside of their own premises, this market is worth almost $200 billion last year, and is growing yearly. This is to show that the partnering and outsourcing and co-development of different IP assets that hopefully will become drugs at some point is a large and booming market. So how does this happen? So one part of this, let's say, synergistic world is small R&D and biotechs like Pure Biologics. So they have their obviously their own pros and cons, but small companies like ours do well in being agile, being flexible, and coming boldly with original ideas, new technologies, and close collaboration with academia, following emerging trends. So this is the features of smaller and more agile companies go well with generating new ideas, generating new assets, new approaches, new solutions. But then, of course, as it happens, they usually need a partner that is able to to carry on the development of drug candidate molecules, to carry on the clinical trials, to overcome the regulatory steps that are required to approve drugs for market use, all the issues related with registration, but also later on with production, with sales, and with marketing of the actual drugs that end up in pharmacies and hospitals. And this is something that is out of reach of smaller companies. So hence this synergistic, let's say, areas, this synergistic cooperation where small R&Ds and small biotech companies provide ideas, provide assets that they license or partner with the bigger players to be able to carry on those ideas up to the market. And as you can also see in the slide, these transactions usually happen, or like most of them happen, during so-called preclinical or early clinical phases. So even before the drugs are ready to get marketed, they are being partnered or licensed, transferred from the multiple small companies and the handful of big players. Obviously, what comes with it is also the profits for the small biotechs. So if you imagine a company like Pure Biologics that is not aiming to sell their own drugs in the pharmacies, but what we are aiming at is licensing or partnering those molecules that we are developing with a big pharma partner, and the commercialization, it comes in a way of license payment and partnering payments, which I'll explain a little more down the road. So as you can see, I think something got messed up in the slide, but as you can see, the drug discovery pipeline is a complicated and large process. Usually takes multiple years. It's not uncommon from the idea, from the concept down to drug sales to take 12 or 15 years. That's quite normal. And it can be divided in some arbitrarily, but it can be divided in phases where you have the discovery phase, of course, the conceptualization phase, but also the discovery phase, in which Pure Biologics specializes, where you generate the molecules, pick the best of them, optimize them, and perform the preclinical research, so research in animals. And then later on, the development, so-called development phase, covers the clinical trials, so the actual study of how the molecule behaves and how does it affect the patients or early on healthy volunteers. So these are large, quite expensive and quite long, multiple years long clinical trials that need to prove to the regulatory agencies like FDA in USA or EMA, European Medicines Agency in Europe, that the drug is both safe, tolerable, but also affects its clinical benefits to the patients. And as you can see, the part where the smaller companies like ours take part is the early steps of the drug discovery pipeline, and then transfer the assets over to the larger companies, which comes with the profits of license payment, milestones payments, and also profits from the partnering agreements. So how does this partnering market looks in numbers? As you can see from the data flow for late 2018 and early 2019, there's over more than 300 registered transactions of partnering or licensing in the pharmaceutical market quarterly. So this comes down to more than 100 such transactions a month. And the aggregate value, so if you add the total value of all those transactions quarterly, reaches more than 30 and sometimes $40 billion. So this is a large, living, actually booming and very, very dynamic market, which comes with rather large lump sum of money. The other aspect that we'd like to show is that if you segment these partnering deals according to the diseases, to the therapy areas, such as gastroenterology, oncology, or diagnostics, etc., you can see that the biggest share of the number of deals of those transactions from the same period is covered first by oncology. This is almost a quarter of all the transactions. and also central nervous system drugs or treatments. And when it comes to the value, the numbers are even bigger. So the oncology drug asset transactions cover more than 40% of the total value of all the transactions. So and this will be evident why we're showing exactly those numbers in a minute, because these are the fields, oncology and central nervous system diseases are the fields that Pure Biologics tries to develop its assets towards them. So as a summary of this, let's say a snapshot of the pharmaceutical market, we would like to show a couple of reference transactions that we've picked from this couple of hundred a quarter that match the best, let's say, Pure Biologics situation and also Pure Biologics strategy. So if you take a look at the top left corner where we reference a transaction between OSE Immunotherapeutics and Boehringer Ingelheim, which happened in 2019. So OSE Immunotherapeutics is it was a company that that was academic partnering. So there was a consortium composed of the company OSE Immunotherapeutics and also academic partners with some public funding to develop new drugs. And it turned out that this antibody that this company was developing got interest from Boehringer Ingelheim, a big pharmaceutical company, and the OSE was able to close a deal for upfront payment of 15 million euros for the rights to develop this molecule further on, but also the agreement covered so-called milestone payments. So if the drug is being developed further with success, so for example, if it reaches clinical trials, if it succeeds in first and second phases of clinical trials, another multi-million-dollar payments are transferred to, are paid to OSE Immunotherapeutics. And it actually happened once with the first milestone payment in September 2019, where when the drug, the molecule, has passed the IND regulatory filing, so it was allowed to start the clinical trials. And as you can see, also the company was rather small at this time. It's around 40 people, and was able to successfully develop this molecule up to the clinic. If you also take a look at, let's say, bottom and right corner with the transaction between Agenus and Gilead, which was 2018, that's also a transaction that covers a transfer of a bispecific antibody in immuno-oncology during the IND phase. So after the preclinical research is finished and the clinical research starts, so the research in patients, and as you can see, the upfront payment was over $100 million, with another $500 million in milestones in the agreement. So this slide and also the next one, which shows another bunch of transactions, shows that this can happen. So the companies that start to develop their own drugs can enter into partnering with large pharmaceutical companies if the molecules that they are developing are promising enough to be able to show the scientific data that convinces the large pharmaceutical partners that it's worth to take over this molecule and develop it further. Here in this slide, you can also see the two top references, which are Jounce Therapeutics and InnerValue. These were smaller companies, around 50 or 100 employees, that were developing several of their own projects, and these were their first projects that they've partnered with AbbVie and Celgene, respectively, where the deals were $50 and $90 million. So you can see that these antibodies, especially in the immuno-oncology part, are something that are assets that are interesting for pharmaceutical partners to get into partnering quite early, because both those deals were signed before the antibodies were ready for clinical trials. Right. Yes, so that's it from me. I will hand over the slide deck to Dr. Richard Fox, who's as our CEO said, is preclinical development director, and he will describe a little more in details the pipeline of Pure Biologics currently.
Good morning. As PJ said, my name is Richard Fox. I'm the Director of Preclinical Development. For those of you who have not been introduced to me, I got my PhD at the University of Washington many, many years ago. Went on to be faculty at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, and throughout my career have been involved and engaged in studies ranging from basic science through phase 4 clinical trials. So my role with Pure Biologics is to develop the preclinical platform. Where we find ourselves today is kind of in this discovery to preclinical transition point. And these are very good opportunities for commercialization opportunities with potential partners in large pharma. As was mentioned, we have 2 technology platforms. One is in the antibody-based platforms, and the other is in aptamer-based platforms. And this gives us a safe beachhead to land on here in the rare disease space, and a rapid access to commercialization as we continue to drive and increase our scope and technical expertise in antibody development. The PB001 program is a bispecific antibody that we will discuss in more detail, focused on a target indication of colorectal cancers. And we're now moving from this discovery phase deeper into preclinical studies with in vitro models, and then eventually with in vivo mouse and monkey studies. PB03 is an antibody ligand that's focused on non-small cell lung carcinoma, and PB04 is based on triple-negative breast cancers with a bispecific antibody. And we'll discuss these formats in more detail in the upcoming slides. PB06 is an aptamer-based program, which is an aptamer drug conjugate, which is targeting melanoma. And again, these more rare diseases with NMO and myasthenia gravis are moving very rapidly from discovery into preclinical development phase. So as I mentioned, these are all antibody-based platforms focused on immuno-oncology, with a bispecific antibody, which is in a more traditional monoclonal-like format, being an IgG format. We have a bimodal recombinant antibody protein conjugate, and a bispecific antibody for the triple-negative breast cancer. So if we dive deeper into PB01, it's targeting colorectal cancers. It has an extremely high incidence rate. When we look within the EU, there's roughly 400,000 people diagnosed annually. 8% of the global cancer-related deaths is the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the US. And, roughly 1.8 million people will be diagnosed on an annual basis. So there's an extremely high unmet clinical need. And the reason is that most of these patients are immuno-oncology refractory, for example, towards PD-1. So when we use existing checkpoint inhibitor approaches, we find that the tumor microenvironment is not necessarily susceptible or responsive to these approaches in their current format. And we plan and intend to overcome this obstacle, thus increasing the access to patients in this IO refractory patient population. So the approach is to drive the selective destruction of tumor cells with minimal off-target effects by creating a bispecific antibody that's in an IgG format. So if we think of this as being arm or monoclonal antibody A and monoclonal antibody B, we would in turn break these arms off and then sew them together so that we now have the potential to engage target A and target B selectively and simultaneously on 2 different cells. So if we look at it in a more cartoon-like format, for example, we've got our tumor cell here in red on the top. I don't know if you can see my pointer. And we've got our T cell in bottom in green. So if we look at target molecule B and target molecule A being on the tumor target, the goal is that we are able to engage either tumor target A or T cell target B either simultaneously on the same cell, which would reverse the T cell exhaustion that's observed within the tumor microenvironment, or alternatively, be able to cross both of these receptors simultaneously with the engagement of target B with arm B and the engagement of target A with arm A, which would in turn bring the T cell in close proximity for the rapid destruction and degradation of this tumor target. The next approach that we are looking from a format perspective is an engineered antibody for non-small cell lung carcinoma. Again, another first-in-class immunoligand approach. The advantage here is that we're looking for immunomodulation and direct killing through a different population of cells. So the cells in the PBO1 platform are targeting specifically T cells, where with this particular approach, we're targeting a different type of cells from a more primitive immunological system, which allows for serial killing of the tumor for enhanced degradation of the tumor. So when we look at the patients again that are in this checkpoint inhibitor refractive group, because we're driving a different immune pathway, our perspective is that we should get higher efficacy of killing and erosion of the tumor over time. And this looks at the current 5-year survival rate of patients based on disease state and stage. Finally, we have and this is the model, a cartoon demonstrating the IgG-like scaffold, and this would be the recombinant protein that is now engaged with it so that we can activate the NK cells that are going to drive the erosion of the tumor targets, as well as having some additional impact on other cell populations that make up the milieu of the tumor microenvironment. And finally, the third format that we're looking at is what we call a BiKE, or a bispecific killer engager. And again, we're targeting the NK cell population, and the advantage of targeting NK cells over T cells is the biology behind the NK cell allows for what we refer to as a serial killer phenotype. So this cell has the potential, when activated, to kill more tumor cells repetitively. Within the context of triple-negative breast cancer, it's 15 to 20% of all the breast cancers that are observed annually, globally. These individual patients are negative for the estrogen receptor and progesterone receptors, as well as human epidermal growth factor. And it's very difficult to treat, not only with combined chemotherapy and radiation, but with other approaches that have been used within clinical settings today. And it's got a pretty severe mortality rate over time. So if we expand the scope here and look at the tumor target cell, here we're able to engage through this different format, the NK cell, preferably in a more selective manner so that we can modulate the activity of the NK cell with higher efficiency, as well as bringing the NK cell to the tumor target cell through the engagement of the molecule itself. So in addition to our immuno-oncology portfolio, we are also focused in the rare disease space with medical devices that are in development. With PBO2, our most advanced program, we're looking at a neurology rare disease through the generation of a bimolecular filter that would be used in the targeted apheresis approach. This is an aptamer-based approach that we've got intellectual property surrounding so that we can generate these molecules in a protected manner. The other indication is myasthenia gravis. Both of these have high unmet needs, but fit within the rare disease space. And because they're in a device setting, the ability to translate these through the pipeline from conceptual framework to preclinical development to first in human testing is much more streamlined. So if we view the mechanism of action here under a normal apheresis system, what occurs is that the patient's blood is removed, runs through an apheresis apparatus, which separates out the plasma components from the blood components, and then reintroduces a purified blood back into the individual. When we look at how this occurs over successive rounds, the patient gets more and more depleted of not only the deleterious molecules, but also the beneficial molecules. So by taking this highly selective approach using this aptamer-based platform to eliminate the deleterious molecules from the plasma of the patient, we can then restore the patient's purified blood in a more complete manner, which would allow for less adverse events moving forward and better potential outcomes. So the apheresis program, aptopheresis program, is looking at neuromyelitis optica. It's a recurrent autoimmune inflammation of the spinal cord and optic nerve. It's a severe and rare neurodegenerative disease. And there's only one therapy that's currently registered. So this approach has, as I said, a very safe beachhead to land on with a hopefully quick route to commercialization and partnering with outside sources. Within the context of myasthenia gravis, again, it's another neuro disease characterized by muscle weakness and rapid fatigue, and people undergo what's referred to as myasthenic crisis, where the patients require intubation and mechanical ventilation. And at this point, they're using plasmapheresis in order to remove a deleterious molecule from the patient again. But with this depletion of not only the deleterious molecules, but also probably beneficial molecules. So under this approach, we've identified aptamers with high affinity also for the disease-causing molecule, with the hypothesis that we will be able to selectively remove the deleterious molecule while continuing to reconstitute the patients with the normal beneficial components of the plasma. So where are we with respect to the deal versus drug development projects? And this is kind of laying the discovery, preclinical, and IND enabling type experiments on a linear timeline. Right. So when we look at Pandion, for example, very, very early in the discovery program, they were able to translate a bispecific antibody in an immuno-oncology approach for a $47 million upfront, as well as $750 million worth of milestone payments. Dragonfly Therapeutics, again, another bispecific antibody, $40 million upfront with $625 million on milestone-driven basis. This was a singular deal, and they're actually in discussions with multiple other large pharma to diversify and backfill their portfolios. So obviously, the further that things move through the preclinical phase and into pre-IND, you can see that the deals become more rapid in pace. And once you hit this IND enabling stage, the milestones and upfront payments become more significant. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Philip again to kind of drive you through the finances, because it is not my wheelhouse. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. So I'll spend a couple minutes explaining how we pay for all these R&D efforts. And the general model is that we are beneficiaries of public funds that are available for SMEs in Poland to run R&D projects. So 60 to 80% of our costs are paid by National Center for Research and Development in the form of the grants, and these are the non-dilutive funds that land in the company. So it is requested that the company match these funds with their own contribution. anywhere from 20 to 40%. So if you look at our portfolio of projects, which is now closed, aptamer based and antibody based, so these projects are budgeted at close to 150 million Polish zlotys, and at that point, all of them should be ready to commercialize, if no sooner. So these are the funds required for us to run these R&D efforts in Poland. So we secured over close to 110 million Polish zloty in form of the grants, and the rest, the matching portion towards these public funds, are funds collected while we progress through rounds of financing. And to give you a brief history of past 2 years. So beginning 2018, we've been transformed from LLC to with Series A and B distributed to funders. Then we went out and had the first fundraising. We issued a Series C and collected close to 700,000 euros. Then we've been listed on the alternative stock exchange, the New Connect, like AIM or NASDAQ, but in Poland, that is run under the umbrella of Warsaw Stock Exchange. Then mid-2019, we've raised another 2.3 million euros, and that was covered by 70% by investment funds. So together with non-dilutive funding that we received in tranches from the agency, we as of now we collected close to 30 million euros to run our efforts. So that's mainly it. I'm looking at the chat window and I don't see any questions popping in. So the question to organizers, are we giving ourselves time to
Yeah, if there are no questions now, then users could send them to you directly at a later stage. Oh, there is one question. I see one question now. When are you going to start the SPO?
I mean that it's not the date is not set. I would say that we are in good financial standing as of now. But definitely, if you look at the numbers of what is needed for us to progress with these projects and what we've been able to raise already, definitely that round will come in the future. With each quarterly report, you are getting very precise info on how much of the funds raised and how much of the matching public funds we are spending towards these projects. So that's one indication. And definitely, we would like to move to the main floor of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. Why the date is not set yet? We are running our efforts based on advanced payments from the agency. They are irregular. We are kind of filing and reporting one to receive another one. So this is something that cannot be said in time as of now. So there's another question. Are you currently in talks with partners from Big Pharma? Actually is, and that's actually we are, and that is something that it's very for me, it's a very positive sign that more and more players in the market representing big pharma are interested in what we do. And just recently, we've been through the rounds of B2B meetings at the bio convention, which is a great and large event when the biotechs can talk with other pharma.
I see no more questions.
I mean, I don't see more questions either, but definitely I encourage everyone with questions or willing to get more about Pure Biologics and what we are working daily on. Please contact us directly, and we can definitely find time to discuss in details our proceedings and needs.
So, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And have a nice day.
You have a great day. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presentation will start at 12.
Dzień dobry.
Halo,
Dzień dobry.
dzień dobry.
A czy ja zastałem panią Martę Hołuj?
Dzień dobry panie Krzysztofie, z tej strony Krzysztof Mazur, firma InnerValue. Ja tutaj po naszej stronie tak jakby jestem odpowiedzialny za obsługę, więc gdyby miał pan jakieś pytania do Marty związane z właśnie organizacją tego eventu i dalszymi kwestiami, to tutaj ja odpowiem na pana pytania.
Dobra, bo chyba za 4 minuty wchodzę, z tego co widzę.
Tak, dokładnie tak.
Okej. Mam teraz włączony mikrofon, czy mam włączyć już kamerkę?
Może pan, właśnie może tutaj Janusz Maruszewski ze Strefy Inwestorów by odpowiedział, jak to wygląda konkretnie, jeśli chodzi o kwestie techniczne. Janusz, jesteś może?
Tak, jestem. Ja przypominam, że my jesteśmy cały czas na wizji. Można włączyć kamerę w momencie, kiedy pan Adrian panie Krzysztofie, zapowie.
Dobra.
Także punktualnie o 12.
Okej. Czyli ja na razie jestem na stand-by'u.
Jest, super. Bardzo dziękuję.
Dobra, wyłączać głośnik. Mikrofon zostawię, tak?
Tak, okej.
Dobra, czyli w momencie informacji o włączamy kamerę, czy przedstawienia mnie, wtedy włączam kamerę.
Dokładnie tak.
Dobra, dzięki.
Dziękuję.
So, can we start?
Yes.
The next company to present is the video game developer and publisher Playway, which is among the 40 largest stocks on the Warsaw Stock Exchange. The presentation will be held by Mr. Krzysztof Kostowski, the company's CEO. Please remember to log in and log out and log in again after the Q&A.
Hello. I will ask for a slide, okay? Okay, so Playway company is a game publisher and developer which have many development teams inside. We have now 55 daughter companies, which most of them going to the stock market company, to the stock market. Two companies, Ultimate Games and two companies are on the main market, on the Warsaw stock market, and 6 are on New Connect. 29 is in wait for stock market, because if one of these companies going to the stock market need to join our rules, so there need to be many games in development, not only one. So if there is a developer, for example, of Ultimate Fishing, Ultimate Games, and they wanted to go to the stock market, they need show us more games which they will develop and publish in future. That's why there's and many of these teams accept our rules. If they want to go to stock market and we will lose some percent of them, we usually have 40 to 80% of these companies. So they need to be larger firms than they are now. Usually they need to pre-produce many new titles and find some new fresh ideas for upcoming titles. We sell games in Steam as a PC games and console games for Xbox and PlayStation, and mobile games on Android and Apple and Nintendo Switch. Many of our, for example, if we have a good idea, car mechanic simulator, one team will be developer of PC game, next company will develop mobile edition, our company will be focused on the Nintendo Switch, and next will be helping with console edition. So there is everything what we're doing inside our company: localization, testing, marketing, publishing. Everything doing by ourselves. So our companies usually not working with worldwide publishers. Most of them are using our strategy for publishing. So they publish by our society, like society of many firms. Yes. So if we are publisher as a Playway of, for example, House Flipper or cooking simulator, we usually take nothing from this publishing, because they are our companies and we take nothing. Different situation is if, for example, developer Ultimate Games is porting House Flipper for Nintendo Switch, then they need to agree for percent, but all of this percent stay in Playway, because we are owner of one company and the second company which porting also. There was a big sale on Steam, which was very profitable for us a few weeks ago. We show many of our most important titles. More than 25 Playway companies join our Playway sale. Many of them sell games and show their titles as a wish list, upcoming games. Our main aim is to build wish list more than 100,000 people waiting for game before release. Then we know that people want this game. In the next phase, we showing the demo, or now it's called prologue, where people can play this game and test our ideas before release. And if everything works okay, we releasing this game, and we are sure that people which was accepting this demo, accepting prologue, they will also be happy from the full version of this title. Having so many teams and games, we published last days House Flipper for Nintendo Switch, and it's the best Nintendo Switch release from our all games, because it's better than Cooking Simulator and better than Thief Simulator, which was the most successful our title on the Nintendo Switch. Many times it was on the top 3 on the USA market, and this is better sell. Barn Finders is our new game, which we show also prologue and demo, and it was on the top 3 Steam global bestsellers. Also, we publishing DLC to our titles. Cooking Simulator is a bestseller. Cooking Cakes Cookies is a best-selling DLC. Of course, there was more releases in this few weeks than I show, but I'm showing only important titles. To find so many bestsellers, we need to pre-produce and check much more different titles to find one which will be bestseller for a long time. Our games are simulators titles, so it's not an adventure game which will show one day and next day nobody will remember, or much less people will play. Simulators games are selling constants. Usually sell in day number 60 and day number 400. It's usually very close. In terms of horrors, we also have horrors like Last of Beyond. It's not the same. Yes, that's why so many games in our portfolio are simulators. I was owner of the wholesale company from 10 years before this. I created a Playway company, and I saw that Microsoft simulators and different games from simulators portfolio sell usually very stable. That's why these titles are so popular in our lineup. And when I joined stock market 4 years ago, I think I was only one producer in Poland which was focusing on the simulators, and I don't remember even next developer which have even one simulator. Yes, but simulators wasn't so popular in development, but it was very popular in sell. That's why I working on. I want to make it as a business, not as a fun. That's why we was developing games where people want to buy it. We also ported, like I say, to different consoles, and it was very successful previous year. Our car mechanic, after 5 years on the Steam, joined Xbox and PlayStation, and it's still after 1 year from the release. It's still one of the best-selling games on the Xbox platform. And we don't advertise this title so much because Steam edition, new DLCs from the Steam are still on the YouTube, and people like this title on Xbox. Most important when I created company was to join a lot of teams, like I said before, and cross promotion between these new teams, just to publish these games by ourselves. Publishing games by developer a few years ago and today, and it's not so easy. Yes, of course, it's easy just to put to the shops, to the Steam, but it's not easy to marketing and build wish lists about 100,000 people. That's why creation, so many companies which cross-promote them, it's very important. For example, we have Barn Finders game, which was released, let's say, about two weeks ago. 5 days before release of this title, all of these titles have marketing poster of in Steam Steam site of all of these titles. So most our developers from 5 days before release and till 5 days after release was marketing this title for free of charge. There was no money because we are, let's say, company from many companies, and each other needs to help next one. If there is a new team which is joining our structure, usually one team join per month. We help them like we can, just to be first game should be success. So for example, starting with new companies, we're working on 5 titles usually, and checking in our Discord with different developers, with management board of the Playway, and we choose the best which we feel from these 5 games. And usually it's a successful games, it's wishes is building okay. We're working with this team to show this title the best, to create a wish list. We reporting wish list, how many people was on the wish list of our games. I don't remember till today how many millions of this wish list is, but on this 4 days of this release, we have 3,000 added wish list add-ons to our titles in our group. Most beneficent of this 4 days release was Woodland team, which is a taxi simulator, auto simulator, and Hell Architect company. Also, Builders of Egypt developer, Boom Simulator, and most titles which we show on this on our popular wishlist. Of course, we have much more games in our development, but we need to check which is the best and promote these best titles. So I think I tell everything about this slide, and I think we can just go to the questions. Okay, moderator will help with questions.
Unfortunately, there are no questions yet.
Okay, so I will try to tell something about our games, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have in 9 years ago when I started our company, I tried to create 1 successful game per 7 in development. So it was my aim just to create 1 successful game and 6 go to the basket or will not sell. After these years, I changed my tactics, and every developer should be successful, because 6 developers which will be not successful, we can lose them, because they will not be able to work on next titles, which was because first of them was not successful. That's why we're choosing the best project. Let's say I will tell about more important titles. Car Mechanic, it was most important title in 2014. It was released by ourselves without publishing on the Steam, and it was first title which was entered to the next games, because Car Mechanic was marketing House Flipper, Car Mechanic and House Flipper was marketing Thief Simulator. These 3 games was marketing. It was rolling. Yes, now it's much more easy to us to marketing some new title, because we have so many successful titles. In terms of new teams, in 2016 we have 5 daughter companies, and today we have 55 companies. So let's say in 4 years, join us 50 teams. It means about 1 company per year. Why we usually not sell stock shares in these companies when they are going to the stock market, and we usually are a long time or sometimes forever shareholder of these companies. Some of them will not join stock market because they are very successful. They are dividend companies, and we don't see any potential. Let's say car mechanic, house flipper, U-boat, they will not join stock market because they have no plans for any emissions, and we have money for advertising, and that's all. So I think I tell everything about this slide. So if there are any questions, I'm open. Okay. Question: Do you have talks with foreign funds about investing in the company? Yes, but we are a stock market company. Yes, we are 100% dividend company. Now we sending to shareholders 62 million złotych. It's about $15 million. So we are a stock market company. If somebody want to talk to me, no problem. But the stocks are on the Warsaw stock market. Yes, you can talk. Ask me in English.
There is another question from user Paul. Hi, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Can you help us understand where in which areas you see your growth over the next 5 years? Will it come from new IP development versus sequels, growth in existing versus new platforms, marketing efforts versus pure content?
I see. I see profits from new teams, yes, and growth of our different team. Like I said, we have 55 companies, but 45 from them are still working to find the best title. Even if we have, let's say, 15 companies, which every of them found one bestseller. It's a Code Horizon, Big Cheese, movie games. Okay, and don't remember the Generals, Frozen District. So each of my aim is to find one bestseller at least for one company. Yes, and in 15 of 55, I think we found these bestsellers. Next one, 40 companies still searching for it or producing the best title from a long time. For example, Builders of Egypt is producing first game from 2 years and is about 150,000 on the wish list. The same situation with Boom Simulator. Over 150,000 waiting for this game, but it's first game by this developer. The same situation in different company, Mr. Prepper. So I waiting for publishing upcoming titles from many developers to have each company successful. Of course, each month we join one company till today, and I hope in next 5 years we will have next 50 companies like we do it till today. Okay.
Another question is, do you think about large AAA production in the next 2-3 years?
No, we're not looking for EAA production. They are very risky, and it's not my it's not my idea for business. And in terms of different companies like ECC Games, I can't answer because this is stock market company. Even if it's on our portfolio, I can't answer by them. Okay, I see. Are any Playway companies currently working on war strategy? On war strategy, rather not. Rather of building games. Creative Forge Games, yes, they are building, but they are working on strategy games, but I don't know if they are war strategy games. Of course, there is ACS, it's an aircraft carrier survival, but I think it's rather survival game and then a strategy. Maybe it's a war strategy. But we, there is 2 months ago, War Game Labs joined our portfolio of daughter companies, and they will be working only on war games and strategy games. And could you compare your business model in studios to the Embarser Group in Sweden? What would you say? It's hard for me to compare. Embarser Group, we are working on simulators. We are joining many teams, and I'm not prepared to compare to this company. Are you satisfied with the behavior of Creative Forge game, or it's the best only before the company? Company before 2019 was working usually a few years on one title, which was usually expensive one. Now they changed full strategy to playway model, so they are building smaller games, working on a wish list, working on community to create as much wish list before release, and they are not working on one title but on many of them. Okay, I think I answered all questions which I saw.
Oh, there is a new one.
Okay, do you think that the season for simulator will pass someday? What profile of the game will you publish then? I don't know if we have 55 companies, more than 100 development teams. I think 40% is working on simulators. Rest is working on, let's say, game operator on strategy games, movie games on horror. So yes, we are known as a publisher of simulators, but it's just a part of our portfolio. And I don't know if it will be finishing in some time, but still new games joining to our portfolio of simulators, and I don't see any stopping on that. How many companies from Playway Group can debut on the stock exchange in next 1-2 years? I think most from these 29 companies which I show here. I don't know which company can take longer than 2 years. Maybe I think most of them will join stock market because it's a very big motivator for new teams. Can you describe a bit further how you publish your games and what marketing efforts you undertake? Okay, so we cross-promote our games, and it's the best we can do for our titles. And it works because our titles like Barkfinders and many others are usually on top 5, top
Wchodzimy, panie Krzysztofie. No jesteśmy już na linii. No my już jesteśmy tutaj w pokoju, więc nie wiem, co mamy zrobić. Kłaniam się.
Kamerkę jeszcze, no to w lewo.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Słyszy mnie pan? No.
Dzień dobry, tak. Prosimy już oczekiwać na zapowiedź prowadzącego o godzinie 13. I potem prosimy o uruchomienie przez Państwa kamery i mikrofonu.
Welcome back. The company which you will get to know next is MedUp. MedUp has developed the Kana-Life analytical telemedical system which currently detects more than 20 anomalies in ECG signals. The company is represented by Mr. Krzysztof Mendrala, its CEO.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Krzysztof Mendrala. I'm a CEO of MedUp. I want to introduce you our company, MedUp. Before we'll start our presentation, I want to introduce you my colleague who participated with me in the presentation, Andrzej Skarski. our Holo director responsible for whole activities, Maciej Stanuch, our manager responsible for Holo technology, and Michał Adamczyk, our Carnalife system director. I would like to present you MedUp. This is a very young and dynamic, innovative company which offer software solution for the medical industry. We believe that our solution, like Carnalife Holo and Carnalife system, can rapidly and dynamically change the medical sector based on our application which we used. Our business, from our perspective, is very seriously supported by demographic changes. If we are looking for the numbers, if we compare 2070 and 2050, we see that the numbers of the people with the age of 60 is growing very seriously, almost 2.5 times. During the same time, we observe that the numbers of doctors rapidly going down, almost 30% during next 5 years. From other perspective, we observe that investment in the medical sector is significantly growing, and the business medical needs such application like our based on the investment in diagnosis imaging market and in virtual reality, which we are offering for our clients like hospital and medical services. The main of our competence, this is cooperation with science and business based on artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and 3D imaginary. All of this main and key competence are used in our application, which will describe our colleagues. We cooperate very seriously with Microsoft, which support us in Azure storage of our databases, data analytics. They support us of our Carnalife Holo system because we are using their HoloLens. We cooperate very seriously and strongly with GE based on the live streaming on Vivid 95 echocardiograph. We have some programs and projects with Johnson & Johnson. All of these companies are one of the main providers and leaders in medical sector. We as a team has very unique and good experience in medical sector, but all of our colleagues has experience in technology, in medical business and business. And finally, we believe that our team is very strongly and good prepared for further growth of our company. Maybe I will give chance to my colleague to tell much more about the details of our application. Michał, if you can.
Okay, let me show you the advantages of our telemedical platform called Carnalife system. It is a multi-platform telemedical system that is available for patients on Android and iOS devices, and for physicians on Windows 10 and Android operating systems. This tool allows physicians to remotely monitor their patients, and patients to record data remotely at home, at work, even on their holidays, and all the time have an access to the professional medical support. For instance, there is a patient who records ECG examination. The ECG examination goes directly to the cloud, where our AI-based algorithms analyze it and interpret the signal and send it to a medical facility. If the algorithms find something important to make the nurse or technician or physician to focus on, it makes the alert in our system, and the specialists take a look at the examination and he can make the proper decisions. For instance, send the ambulance to the patient if it's needed. If not, they can call him, use the video call or the audio call, and tell him the suggestions what he has to do now to make his health better. We have an open platform that can cooperate with different types of application systems that already are in medical facilities. We can integrate with hospital information systems. We can connect to the local Polish P1 project, which allows us to generate e-receptions or the e-sick leaves. But we can also cooperate with the local medical facility systems. It depends on the facility and the manufacturer of its system. We also have an open API protocol that helps different types of manufacturers of the, remote devices or the application to connect directly with our application. Our application today allows to record above a dozen of the types of examinations. Those types of examinations can be freely turned on and turned off. It depends on the specialization of the medical facility and the physician. We can configure the types of examinations, for instance, for the GPs that can use temperature, weight, and blood pressure monitors to help its patients monitor themselves. But we can also turn off ECG, blood pressure, and body mass analysis for cardiac patients. As you can see on the screen, there are different types of specialization that we can help. For instance, COVID-19, where the measurement of the temperature and pulse oximetry is very important and will help patients at home to remotely monitor their changes and trends in changing the temperature and oximetry of the blood. And when one of those two factors will go up, will alert the medical facility. The facility can send the ambulance and get the patients from home to the hospital. Our target users are, of course, patients that utilize the application, but the application that receives all the results, it may be a hospital, it may be a telemedical center, the radiological labs, or nursing homes. The main part of our telemedical platform is the ECG diagnostic. We manufactured our own algorithms that are based on AI, and each examination recorded by our patients and each examination described by a professional makes the sensitivity of our algorithms higher. Today we have the sensitivity of the different types of cardiac arrhythmias are over 95% in ventricular and supraventricular beats. It means we can cover over 95 cases of life-threatening events of the patients, and it will help medical professionals to avoid unnecessary consultations and unnecessary sending ambulance to the patient's home when it's not needed. The second most advanced part of our platform is the glucose monitoring. We have trends that the diabetics can record. They can check the changes of their glucose level during the day, during the last week or month, and it helps them to monitor their glucose level and to during at home and during the consultation with professional. The summary: our application is for doctors and patients. Doctors can administrate the patient's examinations. They have their patients' examinations in one place, and they can connect with patients remotely. Patients can send data from their home using external devices, and they can receive remotely the results of their examinations. All of those data are stored in cloud, and data are encrypted, and we can implement our system in the whole world because the Azure platform is available in each country and is suited to the local legal requirements. Okay, Maciej.
Hello, everyone. And I'm going to tell you about CarnoLife Holo. It's a system that is specialized in mixed reality. To see the mixed reality, we use such glasses. It's called HoloLens. And thanks to this HoloLens, I can see everything that is around me. And also, I can see another digital layer that is able to show me some special things. Like in this case, it's the human interior body parts, like heart, lungs, liver, everything like that. It's different from the virtual reality where you are covered, where your eyes are covered and you only see the digital life, these digital images. And here you can see everything. You are still in your room in OR, for instance, but you see also a hologram that is a part of your space. The glasses, they map your surroundings, so you can put your hologram over a patient or on the table, and it will stay there. You can interact with it, and thanks to that, there are many applications of this technology in the field of medicine, like special courses for physicians, for students, but also for but it can also be used in showing the patient what's going to change in his body or what has happened to him and how the treatment should look like. So thanks to that, we can calm down our patient and explain him in a interesting form of what is going to be done to him. It can also be used for visualization during treatments. It can be used for the planning of the treatment and also in rehabilitation afterwards. CarnoLife Holo, the product of our company, is working with a simple flow. So the first step is to gather the data like MRI, CT, or any other DICOM data that is normally done in a hospital. Then this data is transferred to our application via standard PACS system. So it's a system that is in a hospital and is responsible for storing images. And we connect to the system, and then we download this data and we can show it as a hologram. So it's really simple, and we don't need any special tools to prepare the data. We just show them just like with the normal medical equipment. So the main features of our of our app is that we support the DECOM standard, so we can work with any manufacturer, GE, Philips, it doesn't matter to us. We can do the holographic visualization of these objects, and we can compare it to 3D printing with light, actually. So we can see this object as a real 3D object, and thanks to that, we get the better depth perception. We can also interact with the hologram using gestures and voice commands. So you just only need to say some commands and then use your hand to operate the hologram. And in this way, it's completely sterile, so you don't need to worry about it. Additionally, we cooperate with hospital PACS systems. We have special tools that are dedicated to enhance the visualization, like scissors, where we define the region of interest. We have special transfer functions that are responsible for beautiful colors you see here, and we have also filters that are also dedicated for this task of enhancing the important structures. We also can connect to the echocardiography G Vivid E95 and show the data in real time, but I'll talk about it later. So as I said before, this interaction with the hologram is natural and completely sterile. So we don't need it's not a step learning curve. We just need some time, 10-15 minutes, and the doctor or the medical specialist is already he already knows what to do to get the best image that he wants to see. We show the real 3D and comparing to the LCD screens, which are 2D, but we use special shadings that are trying to show these objects as a 3D objects, but in reality it's only a flat screen. Here we can take these objects out of the screen and see it as a beautiful 3D image of human body parts. And we can also, for instance, walk into this patient to see organs, to see, for instance, liver, and how this liver is structured inside. It's especially important in difficult and complicated cases where this topology of blood vessels are really complicated, and where when the doctor needs to know exactly where some blood vessel goes. Okay, and here's the echocardiography. As I mentioned before, we are now the only company that can provide you the real-time streaming of 3D echocardiography. We cooperate with GE in this particular project, and thanks to that, the doctor can see the beating heart during the procedure, and he can see the catheter that is going in. He can see whether he is on the right spot in the heart, exactly over the patient in the real 3D. And this delay is minimal. It's around 80 milliseconds, so you get instant feedback of what you are doing. And thanks to that, you can get you can lower the possibility of every malpractice. You can speed up your procedures, and we need to remember that every second in the OR, every second is someone's life, actually. So So saving this time, we save the health of by saving this time, we save the health of the patient. We are already CE certified, and thanks to that, we've done over 50 treatments using this system in many places in Poland, and in many different specialties like interventional cardiology, oncology, interventional radiology, cardiology, orthopedics. We cooperate with the top of the top in Poland, with the best doctors, with best clinics to get everything right, to test whether this system is what exactly the doctors need. And thanks to that, to this feedback, we have tailored our solution to not to the needs of engineers, but to the needs of doctors. We have also a reference center near Warsaw, where the system works all the time, day after day, with many different scenarios. But we also sold our system already to different clinics, and they are using this system right now already. So the examples of such treatments are ablation, treatment of left atrial appendage closure. There are many cases in oncology, in liver cases, with also balloon pulmonary angioplasty. So we have a long list of procedures that where this CarnaLife Holo product was already used, and where you can also find this and the usage of CarnaLife Holo really helpful. Okay, and it's also possible to integrate CarnaLife system that was described before with CarnaLife Holo. So there is a synergy between these products, and you can store your CT or MRI scans in CarnaLife system, but with a single button, you can create a holographic image and see it as a real 3D object. So it can be used by in your clinic or even in your home if you have this system with you. What is also important? It's proven that the diagnosis using mixed reality in the cases of tumors on average is 6 times faster. Again, there is need to optimize the time needed for surgery, for procedures, and also for diagnosis. And this solution can solve this problem and can bring the time of procedure to much lower values. Thanks to that, we can. There is a potential for better precision, because doctors can have more time to analyze the patient, and thanks to that, we can lower the malpractice. Why CarnaLife Holo change medicine? The one solution you can put in a single hospital can be used by many professionals, many teams. It's not only for cardiology, but with one single setup, you can use it for the oncology team, for cardiology, for orthopedics team. So you buy it once and use it for all of your all of your teams. It can be used for both patients and also students' education. You can prepare your patient for the surgery, but you can also prepare your future surgeons for performing the procedures. We are also the only company for now that is able to stream in real time echocardiographic data, thanks to our cooperation with GE, and that's a big chance for decreasing potential of post-treatment complications, because the surgeon knows exactly where he goes in. He sees in 3D the structure of heart and structure of things he implements in the heart. So it just makes the work of cardiologist easier. And at the top of that, we simply take out to the image from the screen, and we can put it anywhere. We can implement it in any procedure, so they can operate faster with higher precision, and there is a chance of decreasing the possibility of mistake during the procedures.
Our business model allows us to offer for our clients the price based on the numbers of treatment or data of users. We are working on further value added for our application to services the clients, which will allow us to expand with our product a new market on new clients and new implementation. That's the main target for us for further growing. To summarize all of this information which you've got, you know about our cooperation with main leaders in medical sector, Microsoft, GE or Johnson & Johnson. We has certification to be which clinically confirm and certificate as a medical device supportive diagnosis. It's a big advantage of our application, both CardinalLife system and CardinalLife Holo. We made above 50, now we can say 52 medical treatment, and our application in cooperation between CardinalLife system and CardinalLife Holo allow us to believe that our application empower people for better health. We believe that we have very unique and very competitive application, good stuff, and we are ready for further growth and implementation in new clients and new market. Thank you very much for participating in our presentation. If you have any question, we are available to answer for them. Thank you very much.
There are several questions. First one is of user Michał. How big is the market for such services in Poland and on the foreign markets?
Nie było tego napiętu?
Już. This information, yes, the person yes. Okay. We came back to the presentation. That's the information how the market in whole work. When we are talking exactly about Polish market, the estimated value of Polish market in last year is almost 50 million Polish zloty. When we are talking about the telemedicine market, it's growing, and estimation is saying that in 2025, the market will be almost 200 million of Polish zloty. It's still comparable with the figures and the numbers which we have in USA, for example, which is almost around 30-40% of whole world telemedicine market. But Polish market is growing very fast, and based on the coronavirus, we see how important is using of such platform like ours for the services in telemedicine market.
Another question relates Microsoft's recently announced investment of $1 billion in Poland. Will MedApp also benefit from it?
Of course, it supports both of our applications. Of course, the mainly support Cardinal Life system, because we basically use the cloud for using this application, but based on the hospital market, which is still using local services, cloud or IT platform for services their clients, it will open in the future for this Azure cloud and Microsoft investment, and finally will allow us to use all of this information when we will cooperate with such hospitals, and will support very significantly our cooperation and using the big data analysis, artificial intelligence, or 3D imaginary.
Whom do you consider your most important competitors?
We have two kinds of competitors, mainly in Polish market. When we are talking about Cardinal Life system, there are producers of such devices, but they not offer full combined platform for all of this application or all of these devices which described Michał. And finally, we don't have such competitors which offer video consultancy and database analysis and storage of all of this information. Finally, we as a company offer full services for a doctor, and you will understand we don't have really such competitors who fully answer for all of our features which we offer for the doctor and the patient and hospitality. When we are talking about the Cardinal Life Holo, frankly speaking, we don't have in European market any competitors which has such developed product like our, and which has certification as a medical devices. This is something which differentiate our offers very significantly with comparison with on other players on the market.
Is turning 2D picture into 3D at Cardinal Life Holo close to reality, or just makes an approximate overview of the object?
So basically, we are taking this 3D image that was imaged before, thanks to the MRI or CT. So we are not creating anything above that, because we just take what is in the data. If you have CT or MRI, it's already a 3D data set, and thanks to this fact that we are using this mixed reality glasses, yes, we are closer to reality. It's not a real object because it's just an image that was taken before. But yes, it feels more natural. So we can say it's more close to the reality comparing to the standard visualization.
Apart from Carna Life System and Holo, are you working on other technological and medical solutions?
Yes, of course, we developed new products. If you look to our new web page, you can see one of our newest product is Surgeon Eye, is the solution dedicated for education for students, not only medical students, but also for engineers and other different specializations where you can find anatomy or clinical practice during the studies. I think the new product is amazing, and more information you can find on the website.
The revenues.
Wait a second, we'll add some information.
And despite the current functionalities of the Carna Life system, we're developing the additional features like video calls between patients and physicians. We are going to move it from our desktop application to the web page to allow each doctor to connect with its patients. And we also developed the external applications for the different requirements of our partners, like pharmacists. Oh, yes,
and we have also some functionality we want to add next quarter. It's calendar. It means that online customer patient can set the meetings with the doctor, and all of this information they can find in application and make fully remotely.
Okay, the revenues which you have so far generated, only seen from abroad, or also from Poland?
Now we sign, as Maciek said earlier, some contracts in Poland. On last week, we start cooperation with additional one hospital in Krakow. This is very important business and client for us because we introduce in this hospital new model of pricing. It means that we will charge this hospital for each using of our application, and we want to test this model, how it's working. We believe that everything will go correctly, and we want to scale this model because it's the program, the offer, which will allow to other private and non-private hospital to cooperate with us, frankly speaking, without any financial results risk, because if they will use, they will pay. If they will not use, they can give us back the application, and everything is without any financial risk for them. But we know how important for them and how useful is our application, and that's the reason why we believe that will allow us to scale the business and cooperate with other clients. And based on our Carna Life system, we believe that this new functionality, like video, for example, will allow us to scale this model for big numbers of new customers. And frankly speaking, we believe that with the time we will enter on other markets, European, and in 2022 we want to get the FDA certificate, which will allow us offer for a medical sector our application. Now we can only in USA cooperate with some scientific clients, but we believe that our applications, both Carna Life Holo and Carna Life System, will very supported for this market and will give us numbers of revenue and secure our further growing with, of course, new application, new functionality, which describe Andrzej, but we have some other products which we want during this time implement on the market.
Do you have any patents for your products or services?
So basically, we are a software company, and because of that, it's not really easy to get patents for our products or solutions, because the patentable area is the hardware, actually, and the hardware is created by Microsoft as it comes to the HoloLens. And in Kernel Life system, we are using very different manufacturers. We are a hub for them, right? So we have some ideas in mind, but we are here in the open field where there is no patents possible to get. It's really a complicated matter. It differs from country to country as it comes to the regulations of this area.
But I would like to add that now we are talking with hospitals about the clinical trials. We would like to show that our solution is the best in some special cases. So we try to show in a regulation way that if you use our system, this system will be faster, more accurate. For example, in some tumor cases or some oncological cases. So we have very advanced procedure between our company and hospitals to introduce and to do these clinical trials in different areas of the medicine.
Okay. But to secure our intelligence property, we also prepared I don't know the number, the scientific abstracts that describe the treatments and describe the procedures that utilize our software.
And I think one more important thing is, if you're thinking about our software, we have our own algorithms, and of course we haven't published the idea of the algorithm. We publish only clinical uses. So the power of our system is knowledge inside the algorithm. And as Michał and Maciek said, that in Europe it's not possible to patent the algorithm.
Yes, to patent the algorithm is very difficult. That's why we prepared the abstracts, but that's why we also certified our both solutions as a one medical grade product. And by NORDIF, it was certified for the medical class device class 2B. And during the procedure of certification, there was the test made by two physicians, the external, not ours, but from the auditor side, and they tested our both solutions, and that's why we passed the whole procedure.
Is Kernel Life Holo a fully portable system, and how many deals would you like to close for it this year?
So yes, basically we need a workstation for Kernel Life Holo, but this workstation is not tremendously big, and it's possible for one person to move it around a hospital, for instance. But in a hospital, it's easier to set up it in one place and just spread the connection to this workstation over the hospital in the places where it's needed. And we have done that already, and it worked perfectly.
But from the other side, if you prefer
now we are working on new prospect with a legal company, and we believe that near we will submit the prospect for KNF, and we expect that it will be possible to move from New Connect to main market on the third quarter 2020.
If educating the doctors is the key for CarnaLife Hollow, isn't donating the system to universities a no-brainer in the long run?
sorry, could you repeat?
A user is asking whether if educating the doctors is key for CarnaLife Hollow, isn't it?
I think more accurate, and you can use this one to prepare some clinical classes. You can put for example, information about the diagnosis. You can put the video from the patient interview. You can put the image data, and you can give the HoloLens with the whole information inside to the student, and the student can use all this information to do the diagnosis or to plan the treatment for the patient. And this patient can be in next room in the hospital. This is the real cases for a real patient, not just only models or some scenario prepared before, but it can be each patient on the hospital or on the clinic.
For now, we are working. We have ongoing projects as it comes to the universities. We've done some presentation for medical students already, for the scientific circles that were interested in this idea, and also for other students. And yes, we have ongoing projects with the universities, with medical universities.
The last question before the next presentation, could you elaborate a little bit on how your solutions are actually using artificial intelligence?
Okay, the artificial intelligence is mostly used in our cardiac algorithms. Because of the big data of the big amount of the ECG signals data, we can teach the algorithms to analyze the signal, to recognize the cardiac arrhythmias, and each correction of the interpretation influence the future sensitivity of the algorithms. The next step of the artificial intelligence in telemedicine will be combining the different types of examination results, for instance, ECG and glucose or the blood pressure measurement, and combining those two different types of examination results into one, and it will suggest the physician the one diagnosis based on the different types of examinations.
We have also a special module in CarnoLife Holo that is focused on organ segmentation that also employs the artificial intelligence in order to segment special elements in the human inner body parts, like liver, bones, heart. So we are also using it in the imaging field.
Okay. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much from our side.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
We now come to the last presentation of our conference, which will be about Hollow4 Labs. The company, which is represented by Messias Przemysław, Sebastian Sobociński, and Paweł Gawkowski, offers an advanced mixed reality solution based on Microsoft's HoloLens, which significantly improves the work of various types of laboratories.
Yes, I understand that we can start.
Yes, please.
Okay, so thank you very much for your attention and for your time. My name is Przemysław Budnicki, and I am the CEO of Hollow4 Labs, a company that makes an evolution for every laboratory in the world. So please let me briefly introduce you to the agenda of today's presentation. First, would like to just give you a little bit more information about the technology, and it's great that we had some context from the previous presentations. We would like to talk to say more about the idea and the need that comes from our customers. That we are working with the laboratories for many years as a team. So the idea and need for Hollow4 Labs doesn't came from nowhere. It's very strongly connected to the needs of our customers. Of course, I will elaborate just a short but strong about the business model and our growth potential and perspectives. What we've done so far, which is also quite interesting, especially when we get to the end, and I will tell you more about the funding that we get and our plans. And then we would like to also introduce to you some other ideas that are developed by our mother company, Tenderhat, and get to the Q&A session. So briefly, I know that probably most of you have already seen the virtual reality or have already had a chance to play or to work with virtual reality. It was the first digitalized world that we could touch and feel and immerse, and that was the first step. The second step in developing the technology was augmented reality, which puts additional information on the context of the person that is using the information. We can go and play and catch Pokemon Go, or we can ask for the direction to get to next train station, for example. So that's augmented reality. But what's much more important and interesting, and that's what we are using in the Hollow4 Labs, it's mixed reality. So we use augmented reality, we use Microsoft HoloLens, for example, as a hardware, but we also combine information from the IoT. We use data processing in the cloud, and we are ready to also implement AI elements into the system. So the main force of the mixed reality is joining all necessary information and show this to the customer, to the user on the one infinitive screen. So that's about the technology, and I will ask Sebastian to say a few more words about the idea and the problems that we solve.
Okay, hi. Shall please turn on camera because everybody would want to see you also how you look like. Okay, so at the beginning, I would like to explain that laboratories are not only blood and medicine. It's everything that surrounds us. All electronic equipment, every toy, fuel, drug, food, everything has to be tested. Nevertheless, all laboratories face the same problem. The main problem of our customers that Hollow4 Labs eliminates are errors before, during, and after laboratory procedures. Even a small mistake during the test can affect, for example, improper therapy of the patient and lead to the damage of the health or even death. Most laboratories still work on paper notes. Calculations are done manually, and the results are stored in analog archives. All this means that the tests takes a long time and generates errors. Computer workstations are distance from the place where research is conducted by several dozen or even few hundred meters. Even if the lab technician has a laptop or tablet with him,
he's not able to see all the necessary data on a small screen. HoloFer Labs also solves the problem of the insufficient number of qualified employees, difficult distance communication and training performed on real equipment. How? First of all, we always have a computer with us with a virtual interface display. Processes are digitalized. Let's forget about paper notes, manual calculation, or analog archives. The lab technician has in front of his eyes information about all the tests he needs to do today, sorted by priority. Each procedure performed in a laboratory is displayed step by step in front of the eyes of the technician. Even less experienced lab technicians are able to perform advanced procedures without having to browse through tons of documentation. At each step, the lab technician enters the results of the tests directly into the system without leaving the test stand. This function significantly reduces the number of the human errors when performing the tests. A significant number of errors during testing are results of unserved or incorrectly calibrated device. The device should be calibrated, for example, once a week or every special number of measurements. HoloFer Labs show the technicals a list of instruments with information when to perform the next calibration and when the device will be unavailable due to scheduled service. What more? The lab technician doesn't even need to check the list. When approaching the device, he will see the devices that needs to be calibrated. The device will simply glow red, yellow, or blue thanks to the holograms. As with laboratory testing procedure, HoloFer Labs will show us step-by-step how to calibrate the device. And believe me, for some devices, those procedures are very complicated and have so far been carried out using very thick books. Sample search process also has been improved. Imagine an archive with thousands of samples. Thanks for the HoloFer Labs, we don't have to browse the entire archive to find a specific sample. Thanks to the QR codes placed in the archive, the system will highlight the place where the sample is located. What if the lab technician needs the support of the colleague in the test? Until now, it was only possible if the colleague was in the same laboratory. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Thanks to the HoloFer Labs, we can communicate with employees from other labs as efficient as if they were standing next to us. How it's working? HoloLens have a camera around our eyes that transmits to us everything that the laboratory technician sees. So his colleague sees everything as if he were in the laboratory with him. What's more, he can draw holograms in front of the colleague's eyes to help him. It's really a revolution in laboratory, especially when in a pandemic, especially now in a pandemic, it gives completely new possibilities for partial remote work. Sometimes something that once seemed impossible, thanks to our solution, is possible. And remember that the communication is two-way, so this functionality could be used also for remote control of the employees. Virtual interface is not only the way to enter the data in HoloFer Labs. We can enter the data and navigate to the system using the voice. All instruments in the laboratory, thanks to the special module from LIMS, a laboratory information system, have been integrated in our system and are sending data directly to HoloFer Labs. We can also connect an external device such as Bluetooth keyboard, etc., which will definitely facilitate the work of the system. Last important functionality is remote training. One person is able to train employees from several laboratories at the same time. Particularly important now when we have problems traveling through pandemic. But also in normal times, imagine how many working hours of qualified staff will be saved. And that's not all. We also have an option to train anywhere with 3D models of instruments. Physical equipment can work during this time, thanks to which the laboratory will earn more money.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. And what you would hear is the most important use cases confirmed by our customers. But knowing your customers is not everything to be successful. So I would like to get to the most interesting for me as a salesperson part which is market and how we grow. What's our growth potential? So first, the global market of the mixed reality is growing like crazy. It's growing about 76% year by year, and it's about to hit $5.4 billion in 2024. And we are on that market. But also what's much more important for us is that our direct customers is about 76,000 accredited laboratories and almost 10 times as much laboratories with no accreditation. That means that we have almost 800,000 potential customers on the steady laboratory market, which is huge, and it's worth about $1,137 billion with a steady growth more than 6% year by year. So a huge market, much more than we need to accomplish our goals. But what in detail, how does this market looks like? So first, we have the hardware producer like Microsoft doing the HoloLens that you can see, and of course some other players like Magic Leap or InReal. And we use the best one. Every expert says that Microsoft is like 2 or 3 years ahead of the competition. So the second element of the market, these are the producers of the LIMS systems, and we are cooperating with the Thermo Fisher Scientific, which is the biggest company in the life science business with over 70,000 employees. And this cooperation potentially gives us an option to get to the 26% of the LIMS market. Why it's important? Because our solution, the Holo4 Labs, integrates with the LIMS systems from Thermo Fisher Scientific. So we are like the last mile, and that brings this extra possibilities, this extra value that comes with the augmented and mixed reality. And so far, there is almost no competition on that market. So I would say that we are very, very hungry to be one of the leaders or the leader of the worldwide market for the laboratories. So how exactly we make money? It's quite simple. We deliver hardware, the HoloLens 2, and software licenses. We do customization and implementation, which usually takes from 2-3 weeks up to 6 months in more complex cases, and we charge 80% of annual fees. So it's quite simple, quite understandable, but also to be able to grow fast, we do not only sell directly, but we also grow through the business partners channel. That gets 20% of the margin from every implementation. So our sales channel and as our sales strategy is very, very important because, as I said, laboratories is a huge market that we cannot touch directly. And what's more important, it is a market with the experts. So building the relations with such as companies takes years. So for us, it's very important to be a good partners for the resellers and to build the channel. So we building the channel for the business partners. We strongly work with the strategic partners such as Microsoft and Thermo Fisher Scientific, and we also have a very, very keen team with direct sales, and we already proved that being on the conferences directly with Holo4 Labs gives us huge advantage and a huge effect. So market valuation for us is as I said, quite big. The sample implementation, it's a cost about 18,000 euro, and with the possibility to get 26% of the LIMS market, it gives us like 200,000 customers. 10% of them are capexing, and if we reach 50% of them, it's more than market value of $190 million. It's much more than we need to be very, very successful company. So the last slide on that is that we want to grow. We want to triple our incomes for the first 3 years. And what's also very, very important is that we plan to get break-even point in the second quarter of next year with the sales of 35 licenses. So it's not so much, and it gives us a huge, a good traction. So what are the assets and what we achieved so far? So first, I would like to say that we are professionals. It's not like our first project that we do. Sebastian Sobociński, CTO, has a great experience in working with the development teams with over 100 developers under his rules, and he also works very, very efficiently in the agile programs. Myself, I have more than 20 years of experience in developing or implementing the IT solutions that fulfill every business need with the highest up-to-date IT technology. So I think we are the good people on the right place. We also have a good development team with more than 10 years of experience, and with of course the right technologies. And what's also very important, we have a great advisory board with Robert Strzelecki, CEO of the faster growing software house in the CEE, of Tomasz Birk, who is the very, very experienced manager on the laboratory area, working in Nordic countries, and with Paweł Gawkowski, who is also one of the most experienced people that I know, working with the laboratories for many, many, many years. And I would like to ask Paweł to say a few more words about what we achieved so far.
Colorful Labs is not a typical startup. It's a corporate owned by Tenderheart Capital Group. Tenderheart is a group of 5 service companies and 3 product companies. Why it is so important? This gives Colorful Labs access to a variety of specialists from different fields, from other companies in the group. Tenderheart is one of the fastest growing technology companies in Europe, as Przemysław told us. As the evidence for that is the numerous awards from Deloitte and the Financial Times that we have achieved. Tenderheart is a company that has 7 service centers in Poland, 2 international centers, and 9 sales offices. What is very important is that we provide services in the follow the sun model. This means that we are able to support global corporations, which is very important in the laboratory market because companies in this industry usually have branches in different time zones. The group marketing activities are based both on the Polish market, but above all on the foreign markets. You could read about the group and Colorful Labs itself on such portals as Yahoo Finance or Forbes newspaper. Colorful Labs achievements are primarily a finished product suitable for implementation. It has been integrated with Thermo Fisher Scientific Sample Manager, which is a product from the largest life science company in the world with 26% of the shares in the LIMS market, which we are within the group, the authorized representative, and with which we will sell the product. In addition, signed and negotiated partnership agreements, including the partnership with Microsoft. Separation of the company from the Tenderheart Group and obtaining independence established of the group of the company in February 2020, and the started sales procedures with customers. Colorful Labs recognition has been built by us for 2 years now. We could read about the solution in the largest media on the Polish and foreign markets. Although Colorful Labs is a relatively young product, it has already been spotted by the competition chapters. We received the prestigious Innovation Initiative 2019 award from Emerging Europe. The solution was also has been spotted by the chapter of the 50 Most Creative Contest by the Brief magazine in Poland. Information about Hall of Labs is the only one guest entry on the Thermo Fisher Scientific website. It is an ideal highlight of our relationship with the company, which is the backbone of the product distribution.
Thank you very much. And I would like also to switch for one of the most important slides for me, because basing on all this information that you get so far, we also built a strong sales pipeline. And of course, I cannot give you the names of the customers because all the processes are currently under NDA agreements. But what I would like you to focus is that these are the biggest laboratory companies on the world. So it's the big fishes. And we as a professionals, we really like and we know how to work with this kind of companies. So it's a good prognostic. So what is the valuation, or even more, what our current needs? It's also quite interesting because just the last week we secured funding of 1.2 million zloty in the crowdfunding campaign, and the money that we gathered we will use for further product development according to the customers' needs and directions. We will build a stronger business partners enablement that I've just said before, and we also use it as a contribution for the research grants. So right now we are not like looking for the money very much. Of course, we have great ideas to go on, and within these areas we are looking for the partners to help us in expansion for the DACH markets and Great Britain market, and we want to build stronger B2B connections, and we will aggressively marketing our presence and our innovative tool on the market. So that's the most important for me for the next steps. So please observe our profiles on LinkedIn and Facebook. And last but not least, please, Pavel, tell us a few words also about the Tenderhut.
Yeah, the Tenderhut Group is a factory of startups or other corporates. So the startups which were created within a major organization. You have met Hall of Labs today, which is introducing mixed reality to the laboratories. But it's also worth paying attention to Grow Aperion, which is preparing for its own crowdfunding campaign at the moment. It is a HR productive platform to increase employee motivation and engagement without increasing the investment in employee benefits. The most mature of Tenderhut Group Corp is Zonifero. It is the PropTech application for managing smart space, which last year generated its first million in revenue. Another one that another corp, the Hall of Triage, will be also open for crowdfunding in the fall. It is a mixed reality solution for hospitals, or to be more precise, emergency rooms. It has been designed to protect health staff in the fight against diseases, providing them with maximum personal protection and smooth process guidance in stressful environments, such as when we have currently the pandemic of the coronavirus. The rest of the corp-ups are less well known, but they can be also pearls in the crown. We plan to release them into the world also. They are Noacon, which is MR for crisis management, Chainply, a supply chain management platform, Numi, a digital privacy app, and Neutralizer, a sound equalizer for music lovers. Thank you for your invested time. If you are interested in investing in other corporates from Tenderhut Group, please contact me. You can easily find me on LinkedIn or use the contact details shown on the slide below. So you can contact also Przemysław or Sebastian if you feel any need. If you have any questions now, we would answer them with pleasure during the Q&A.
Unfortunately, I don't see any questions yet.
Maybe it was too clear presentation. But we will be, if you would like to ask us anything, it will be a great pleasure to say a few more words about our projects, because we are not only like the professionals, but we also like living with the heart with the project, and we feel something that is something more than just technology. what we do. It's quite important.
There is one question from user Christian. Are you going to move to the stock market?
If you ask me for the whole of our labs, we plan within 2 years to get to the New Connect market. Yes, sure. And of course, we will focus. I mean, I will focus as a CEO on the constant growth of the value of the company. So yes.
So apparently our viewers don't have more questions right now.
So maybe if someone will have a question on the later stage, you can, of course, as I said previously, you can directly reach us through the details that we have been showing.
If there are no questions, so I can ask maybe the attendees that we have a great product. We are ready for very fast development and sales. So I'm always interested in talk about any possibility to get into the market faster, to get to the customers. So if you know any laboratories, and I mean, it's not only medicine. Everything that you touch it's somehow tested in the laboratories. Like the fuel, the plastic, or the cosmetics, or whatever, the computer, everything is tested in the laboratories. So that's why this market is so huge. And for us, it's almost impossible to cover that market also. If you know any laboratory that is interested in being more digital, faster on the market, especially as we could see in the pandemic time, where this, the things and the needs that we cover, they were moved higher on the priorities because of the COVID, because the laboratories just found that it's so important to be able, for example, to switch faster between the processes in the laboratories. So right now we're on the hype to get higher, and so that's my ask is for you is if you have any laboratories providers or any laboratories, just let me connect them with us. And it's not like we are being selling to them. It was like we would like to talk to them, what are their needs, and might be find something between.
You are muted, unfortunately. We don't hear you.
Are you going to try to raise more capital before being listed on New Connect?
Well, I mean, it's possible, but right now we are not thinking about the raising money. Right now we have a very strict plan of the product development and getting to the market. And well, it's like first more traction, and we have to prove that all our plans we can cover, and that makes us interesting for the next steps. So might be, but right now we are not thinking about it very hard.
Of course, we are also open for the smart money. So investors with the ideas, for example, to extend the solution, to make something more, or to have the possibility to implement in huge companies. So we are always open to some talks.
Is asking, are you satisfied with the latest crowdfunding round?
Well, it was a great experience for us. We covered the whole 1.2 million in about 5 days, and the rest it was like just confirming the money. But we are very happy, and we were thinking of course why it went so well. And I think that it was the mix of few things. First, it was a really good product based on real needs. It was not like the idea that someone came up. It was like years of cooperation with our customers, and that we are very deeply rooted in this laboratory business. So and crowd seen it. Second thing, we are the professionals, so we like going or coming up from the Tenderhut group, which is also a software backend for us. It's also makes us not like, not very stable company, but the professionals with the idea and with the processes, and we know how to make things happen. And I think that was the main cases that crowdsourcers seen in us, and that's why they paid. They invested in us so quickly. So yes, we are very, very satisfied with that process.
Okay, as there are no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation and your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
So thank you for your participation in our conference. We hope you enjoyed the presentations. If you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact us or the companies directly. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.